Okay, here we are. It's actual Christmas. I'm gonna make this a bit bigger. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't have much of a plan. I feel a little bit tired. Of my turtle and the whole thing. I don't know if I should try doing something new or if I should try to keep pushing this guy. I don't know if I should try to play some game or something. I don't even know if it's working, by the way. Only now I'm gonna find out. Testing. Hello? Testing. Hello? Oh, there's the echo. Testing. Hello? Oh, there's the echo. Okay, don't echo. Again, I don't really know what to do today. Maybe I shouldn't stream at all, but I mean, why not? I really don't know what to do. I really want to finish this guy already. I'm just giving it a base of a very chaotic, granular thingy, which is it's what I tend to do when I'm trying to prevent coloring with a flat color. That's the first thing that I do to give it a bit of a base. Then I can soften it a little bit, but still remains as a bit of a texture as opposed to completely flat color. Well, something that I thought I might do was something to do with the crystals. Make a little kind of crater looking thingy where the crystals come out of. Again, this is just a base of color. I'm going to do something different. I just want to give it like a non-flat base of color. This is my way of avoiding painting with flats. I will smoothen this a little bit. Smoothen, is that a word? I just want to give all the plates the same sort of treatment. Or again, just a base color. I would like to give it like some shading, some more sort of custom texturing, but for now this is what I do first. I call this brush the opposite of flat because that's exactly what it is. It's just for the sake of giving things some base texture. It's almost like a primer. It's like I'm priming the surface to actually paint on top. That's not what it does, you don't need to do that, but I mean it's just a sort of base color and a base texture that I do so it won't be completely flat. These central ones I'm doing without symmetry on for now, because of course I don't want to have a weird seam in the middle where the two sides sort of meet. You can use symmetry for coverage, then turn it off and break it. Right, I was thinking I might do like a little, oh, not like a, right, these crystals. I haven't really remeshed them because I want to keep this very sharp sides in the corners, these edges. Okay, you're not helping me. Split hidden. Why don't you let me? Oh, it is split already, isn't it? Oh, this frigging thing. Please. Oh my god. I'll never understand what this freaking tool is for. Should I change the brush? Does it change anything? For God's sake, please let me be. I hope to get rid of this thing. What the hell happened? I have no idea what just happened. I don't know if it's gonna crash or I'm gonna reload what I saved. What did I even say? Did I change the material? No, that's not what I did. Why is it dark like that? I didn't switch colors. What the hell is happening? Did it crash or something? Because I can see here the parts have the polypainting. I'm gonna restart ZBrush. I don't know what's happening. There we go. Something weird was happening. I don't know what it is. What it was. Again, I don't know if I really want this exactly, but I'm gonna try it. That's everything else that I've tried. Why am I using the Tomb Raider thing? There we go. Am I still capturing? Am I streaming? Am I streaming? Looks like I am. I'm gonna set game to art. I started the stream not knowing what I was going to do. I didn't really feel like coming here to work on this guy, because I don't know. I don't even know. Something subtle, it doesn't have to be like a crater in the shell, but just a little something. Maybe I can inflate it a little bit. Again, it might be one of those features that I end up hiding when I do the actual render, but I'm trying to give it a little bit of a texture, a little bit of something. Brush, the freaking crumple, it tends to be too much. Maybe something like that. I don't know if I should. Just replicate it like this, or what happened to the other one? Didn't I replicate it? I guess I didn't. Okay, better that way, really. I really want to finish this guy already. Not sure what for, because if I don't know necessarily what will I do next, I have to do a lot of things. I have to do a lot of other characters, I have to do backgrounds. So many things. Did I rotate that correctly now? I don't know if it should be smaller. I don't know, I think this is gonna be better in the sense that it's gonna look like less of an afterthought, less of a last minute addition to the crystals themselves. They should look more integrated to the shell. What is that? I don't want to take too long in this, but I wanted to do some polypainting finally of the shell and everything. That's what I've been trying to do for so long. To get this guy finished. I have a spider character that I might do next. I feel like it's gonna be very different and easier in a lot of ways. Okay, this is way too big. And here I go eyeballing shit again. in the way that I hate. You can always tighten it manually. It's supposed to look organic and not all the same. Not for that it should look bad, but I don't want it to look shitty, unfinished. Where the fuck did you emerge? Oh. Because symmetry is on. Is that remotely what I was trying to do? This is taking way too long. Again, I wanted to go straight to painting, but I remembered that I wanted to try this. Let's duplicate this, mirror and weld. What? This. Dang it. I wonder what my mom would say about this character. She's the one that loves turtles more than... Not more than me, question mark? Yeah, I guess she does. Not more than she loves me. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying she loves turtles more than I love turtles. She might love them more than she loves me. Wouldn't blame her if she did. Turtles aren't so much of a disappointment. Am I right? We just had pizza. Christmas pizza. Nothing special about it, just happens to be Christmas. How many more of these do I need, for fuck's sake? But this is really the phase where I should be doing these things. Otherwise, with the thing already done and painted, it's very hard to add something and match the same painting and match the same. You can color pick, and you can, maybe people doesn't notice, but I will. I don't know what people is going to see this, but ow. It's like everything you do. You're afraid it'll get seen, you're afraid it won't get seen, well, I am anyway. I wonder what people would make out of Virgo. I don't know what kids would think. Kids would probably think it's boring because not much happens. Adults probably would dismiss it for being fantasy and animation. Not even great animation. The end thing frightens me because it's designed to be sort of frustrating. Or it's, I don't know. I don't know if frustrating is a word, but I'm not a guy for happy endings. I do think of it as the first episode. I already have ideas for 2 more. I might even start working on the sort of star of episode 2. I mean, it's still Ergo, but there's gonna be like a new guy in town for 2. Maybe I should have made different thingies for each crystal, for each plate, but I don't want to take all day on this. I might try to correct them a little bit. After I put them all in place. What? I don't know why I'm so tired. I'm tired of feeling like I sleep but I don't really rest. I don't even sleep much. I was going to take a day off and just get in bed and watch YouTube the entire afternoon. But no. I just don't want to be lazy. I don't know if I should merge all of them. How many are there? There are really a lot. Now that I have them all in one tool, I can apply the same sort of paint job. Again, it's just as a base. I should do a better sort of shading and Not that I'm great at polypainting. That's another reason why I wish I was better at digital coloring. I could do a better job with this kind of thing. I don't practice enough, I don't learn proper techniques and stuff. I don't know if this looks even worse when I made the small crystals coming out of the corners of the plates. It looked like someone had put nails in the shell, and it was like a really creepy, disturbing look. I don't know if this is kind of the same again. And even enhanced by the fact now that there's some actual protrusions there in the thing. I don't know what color should the actual thing be. Have this light sort of brown that's far less saturated than what I have here. Is this too gray? Maybe it should have a touch of color. That's too much. I wish I had a better color picker. I don't want it to be completely gray. I want it to have a touch of color. This really works in this size and this resolution and this thingy. I might even leave it almost like that. I'm going to enhance sort of wrinkles, but I'm really liking this texture as it is. This is very much how I color dinosaurs. I made a bunch of dinosaurs, especially for my daily challenge that I do every April. I shouldn't miss any spot, or I will regret it. What even is this color? Can I save this color in like in a kind of palette? Okay, there I can say I can see at least the RGB values. So I really like that color. And since I'm gonna be switching, I don't want to lose it. Am I on... Oh, I shouldn't be on OBS, I should be on Twitch, okay. I do like this shape and this granulated look. Again, it's very much what I do with dinosaurs, and I feel like I'm almost treating this guy like a dinosaur. Well, in a way, it's a little bit inspired in a prehistoric turtle, or at least in the Ray Harryhausen version of a prehistoric turtle. I'm painting parts that are not even gonna be visible, but since I'm gonna have to break down this to a lot of pieces for the rigging and the rendering for the rigging and the animating, I want for every part to really be colored. Now the tail, let's work with symmetry off for a change, because it's right in the middle. I like the size of brush too. What is it? I wish I could save the brush with the size, with the color, with everything. I really like this color. Why aren't there more options in here? I should be able to save it to like a palette that I can pick multiple times and go back to, instead of trying to color pick from the thing itself, or just trying to guess, trying to again freaking eyeball it and match it. I'm gonna mask that so it won't bleed over the edge as it does. Okay, this is unnecessary, but let's paint it too. Again, this shell is just a temporary thing. It's not gonna be like that. These scales, I don't know if I should give them like a kind of an edge or a kind of a highlight on every individual one. I don't know if I should subdivide them more. Probably I should. If some professionals saw me, probably they would shake their head. I have my own stupid ways of doing things. I cannot do the kind of thing amazing professionals do, and I know, and I mean, I care. Not that I don't care, but it is what it is. I'm gonna work on symmetry on the sides, then break it for the rest. It helps filling up the thing, then you go in the part that would be a weird seam if you did it with symmetry. But for the rest you can use symmetry. Especially when you're in a hurry. Not that I'm in a hurry, but again, I'm kind of in a hurry with this character. I feel like I've worked so much. and made very little progress. Okay, my screen just kind of glitched. I don't know if that's affecting the stream. No, it is not. Okay. Again, this is just for the sake of giving it a base that's not a flat color. I hate flat colors for stuff like this. They just don't work. I don't hate it though. I think as a base is a pretty good one for this. I will just try to enhance the sort of wrinkles and the sort of actual surfaces. Why is this yellow? Why is this blue? Oh, I should know it. I should split to similar parts immediately. The head is also, well, no, sorry. Yes, the sort of face has a particularity that I'm also going to have to paint the inside of the mouth, the roof of the mouth. I guess I'm gonna have to do that with the jaw as well, but I'll have to give it like some kind of shadows in this fold, some kind of shading, which I absolutely intend to do, but again, in this early stage it's just all about giving it a base, a kind of foundation that in actual digital painting you do with flats. Here I'm absolutely avoiding flat colors. The whole point is avoiding them here and now. I give it this granulated texture for precisely to avoid any flat colors. Then you can soften it and make it a bit more on the flat side. but it's not gonna be flat. It's gonna have a little bit of a texture. That's exactly what you do. You soften it, and you really paint on top. You give lights and shadows, but you already have this foundation that's what I call the opposite of flat. That's exactly what I call the brush. It's my own sort of painting setting. I use it a lot for this kind of foundation of color. I don't know what to do with the bottom. Again, I felt like I was going to just exactly use a procedural or I don't know. I don't know what I can do here. I wanted to give it like a yellowish orangish tint. It might be the easiest part to sort of begin with. Because it doesn't really show as much. I want to leave that kind of streaky thing there. At the same time, I want to soften it. How much can I soften without losing the texture. But again, it's this very granulated thing was never meant to be fully there. It's just a foundation. Now I'm gonna make. I'm gonna try. I wanted to combine a version of the rake kind of brush. Where is it? Probably in the R. What? The rake, but a coloring version of the rake. Smaller with smaller focal shift. Does it do what I think it does? Something like that, but maybe... No, that's closer together. That's pretty much the same. This is a bit further apart. Let's do something like this, just to sort of test. Maybe I could make a version of that as an alpha to sort of draw this kind of shape. But again, more subtle. You can blur it out a little bit later. Again, not to that opacity and not pure black, but this is just as a test. Where can I find these alphas really? Right, it's gonna take me here. What are these alphas? Let's try to make our own alpha for this. It's probably too big, but again, I'm once again eyeballing shit the way I hate, because I am what I hate. What is this? Oh, did I? Something like that, maybe. Let's make it centered. Again, I absolutely eyeballed the space between them, but there's no, doesn't matter. I'm just trying this. Again, yeah, something like that. Maybe I should subdivide this more. With a lacy stroke. A much lower opacity. Again, I shouldn't do it with black, but you see that's already kind of I'm adjusting some thingies. See, I can do that on the actual plates as well. Not like this here. I'm gonna save this color in the dumb freaking way. I don't know if that saved it. Okay. Now a darker version of this. Maybe more red, maybe less saturated. Something like this. Not as shitty as this, but with lower intensity. Maybe I can apply it before I smooth out everything. To give again the idea of layers and plates and whatnot. In a way that if I had to sculpt them would it be a pain. But here they are sort of hinted by the paint job. Then if I smooth this out, a hint of it is gonna remain. Ideally, if I do it right, if I do it in the right amount. Again, it's pretty subtle, but it's there. I don't know how visible it's gonna be. This underside anyway. And now I do with the shading brush. Should I save the coloring rake? With the shading brush, which is also my own sort of setting with symmetry on, with maybe a higher intensity. We start working on these indentations, and we sort of deepen them by coloring them. Again, it's sort of subtle. But it is there. You always should add, regardless of what the lighting of the scene is gonna be. You should always add your own sort of touches of light and shadow to your paint job. It should never look flat and boring. Again, not that I'm telling you what to do. So, as I said, I'm not an artist. I'm not professional, I'm not anything really. I'm just some clown. And maybe now do the opposite, quote unquote opposite, by adding some light here. Again, it's very subtle. This bream sort of needs to be lighter, needs to be a bit more. A bit more pale, a bit more uniform, also not so granulated. Okay, I feel a little bit more confident now that I've done this. I kinda overdid the... That could have been a lower opacity. But I do feel a little bit more confident. Now that I've done a little something. Again, I feel like I've made so little progress with this guy. This is going to be the 11th session. I did Archelon in 8, and he's the protagonist. I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish this today. I still have a couple more hours. I should be able to do a lot if I apply myself. Here, well, that's probably a very dark color. But here I want to make this kind of shading around this kind of plates. Maybe a bit more subtle. Anyway, this is not gonna be the final color. Maybe I should do the nails since I'm at it. Uh-oh. Hey Breen. I don't know if I'm still streaming precisely now. I had my screen just flickered. Is the stream still up? Is the stream still up? Oh, it is. How are you? Merry Christmas. My screen just flickered in a really weird way, so I thought either the capturing may have stopped or something, or something had happened. Is this... yes. What, why, like, as gifts? Everybody gave you John Wick 4? That's very funny. That's the problem with this. People might overlap in that way. I don't know if I should do the tips of the nails sort of lighter. That's too light. You mean like actual physical copies? Yeah. I mean, you did say copies. And how else? I don't know. I want to give the nails like lighter tips, but I don't want them to be too light. Ideally, they should look kind of like translucent. On the tips. I don't know if that works. I'm trying to do some sort of paint job on the shell. I applied this kind of spray thing to give it a sort of foundation, but the actual color should be different. Not sure how. I don't know why this thing works in a very weird way where I cannot save my colors in a palette. I can only pick them here or in a bunch of, well, I can memorize the RBG values, but it's not like I can save a palette to pick the exact same color later. Maybe they fixed that by now. I have a very old version. Oh, I painted only one side of these. God dang it. Can I mirror on well? Yes. What am I so don't know what to do. I give this sort of granulated look as a bit of a foundation. The idea later is to soften it a little bit, but so it'll still retain like a little bit of a texture, and then I can paint on top. I can layer like, no, not this one. I can add like a little sort of shading here, making it darker between the plates. making this central one a bit darker. And then I can mask the sort of wrinkles and also give them a sort of a shading. Just so it won't be so flat. I didn't want to, I did a test the other day with just some procedural textures, and that's really not what I want to do. I also... Did I save it? This. I also came up with this kind of texture that I can give. Again, less saturated and not in that very dark color, but if I had to paint these lines individually, it would be a pain in the ass, but if I can apply them this way, well, again, better than that, to convey again the sort of feeling of layers and that looks way too regular and too dark. Am I doing this on black, or it's the actual brown? I don't know, I'm gonna try to make just one plate to sort of as a test and see where we go from there. Again, right now it's too much and too sharp. The idea is softening it a little bit. This kind of alpha really facilitates me all this work, because otherwise I'd have to do it like line by line. I'd never make them parallel. It would never work. Now I soften this and it's still kind of there. Maybe I'm softening it too much, but I'm trying to find a way to really make it. Maybe I should apply them before I soften the granulated texture from before. Did I freaking remesh this? They are different parts, aren't they? Yeah, I can separate them now. Amazing, that's exactly what I needed. For once I did the right thing, instead of giving future me more trouble. Let's go back to here where I had this texture. I hope I'll be able to finish this character today. I feel like I've been working on him forever. This is the 11th session today. I'm chewing gum and I cannot speak. And I already want to move on. I already want to do something else. I have to do backgrounds, I have to do other characters. Let's do a kind of dark brim on every level. Maybe I should isolate it so it won't bleed on the lower one. I don't know if the opacity is too low, so I'm gonna end up softening this anyway. I don't know if I should darken this area a little bit where the crystal sort of sprouts. From this freaking character is way too ambitious. All the texturing that I have to do, also to animate a quadruped. It's not like I'm gonna make him walk a lot, but okay, that I'm liking. this kind of subtle shading around. It adds a little to every layer. I should do that with all the plates before I do anything with this one. I do anything else, but I wanted to trade the rake thing, and I wanted to trade what size is this? 31. I wanted to. Where's the coloring rake again? Here. That's not the exact shape, it should be more of an hexagon, but that was shit. Why don't you apply the way you should? I don't want to cut the thing precisely because that happens. There's a weird overlap later. If I do that and then soften it, maybe it's gonna be better. This is such a freaking pain, but hopefully it's gonna look great. Or it's gonna look decent anyway. Hopefully. I don't have the pulse for this. This takes a much steadier hand than mine. My hand has been hurting so much, I don't know if it's a freaking carpal tunnel thing or what the hell, if it's freaking arthritis. Now if I soften I don't freaking know if that's gonna work. How is that gonna look? Again, the lines are not great. I'm gonna go back and redo them. But that's kind of the idea, I think. I think it's what it needs to not look so flat. Again, it looked right the other day when I tried it with a procedural texture that enhances the creases and the whatnot. But I did this with 31, I think. That's kind of a problem, that I try out things that don't really work, and sometimes I spend a lot of time, a long time, just trying things that I guess I learned from. I learned that they weren't the right thing, but they end up consuming a lot of time for what feels like no purpose. But well, this is the moment where I get to afford to try things and to make it the way it should be. I don't want to, when it's finished, or when I consider it finished, have to go back because something was not satisfying. And it's always very hard to match something that you've already done, something that you've already finished. Trying to go back and match what you had already done, your mind is already elsewhere. Again, even in this program, the color picker isn't great, and you have to eyeball it. You have to try to match things that don't really or don't immediately match. This can be so tedious, but well, I wasn't going to do this. I started the stream thinking if I might do whatever. The other day, I didn't stream yesterday, but on Friday I started coloring Liz's coloring page that she did for Christmas. And I ended up doing a digital coloring stream. I wanted a bit of a break from this guy. I don't know why it's been so difficult. Why it's taken so long. Oh, this one is not separated. Oh no. What do I do with this now? How do I... Okay, I'll deal with that later, but this one's probably the same then. Right? It's all the same. Oh yeah. How do I... How about these? Did I... Oh, this... I did the right thing with this. Okay. Are they all like that? Oh, this is not. Okay, let's do the ones I can deal with right now. We'll see about the rest later. Some of these I have remeshed, which means I can separate the three layers like these and hide the other ones while I work on each one. But in others I haven't separated them, and I cannot isolate them. I'm going to have to sort of manually separate them and then glue them back again, which is not the end of the world, but it was a step that I was hoping not to make right now. I was hoping it was going to be more straightforward and things were going to be ready for me to just paint today. I don't know if I should use a smaller brush in this part. Did I do this with symmetry on? I didn't, did I? It's not gonna let me. Oh, on top of everything I keep making stupid mistakes and... Is this one? Okay. I don't know, I just added this little sort of protrusions in the plates where the crystals come out of. I'm not terribly happy with that idea, but I think it works better than they just being added in the last minute, like the afterthought they kind of are. I think it makes a little bit more sense if they have like an effect on the actual shell. I kept them as a separate thing so I can remove them, or I can even hide it in the actual render if I think they don't work. I miss Phil already. I hope he will stream during the week. He said the last one was the last stream of the year, maybe. But I don't know. I already miss him. I already miss everyone. That's also why I'm streaming, cause I guess I don't have much else to do. Yes, I suspected maybe I should make the smaller ones with a smaller brush. This is not really. Because there's less space between the layers, so it looks like I'm shading too much, too far into the layer with a bigger brush. I don't know if I'm a little grinchy this year, but I don't know if it's because Christmas Eve was on a Sunday and Christmas on a Monday. It felt like just a Sunday and a Monday. It didn't quite feel like anything that special to me this year. I mean, it's sort of special after all. After all we've gone through this year. But it still was just a day. I guess it doesn't help the fact that we didn't see other people. We don't really go anywhere, or our relatives live in different towns, and we don't even have the best relationships with them right now. So it's just us, like always. So of course it's not gonna feel that different. But it was so weird. It was the most quiet December 25th midnight ever. There was no fireworks, no nothing. I mean, great for me. I don't love them. I know they bother so many people and animals. And I don't love fireworks. But I was just surprised. It was like dead quiet outside. It feels like it wasn't just me that it felt like it wasn't Christmas at all. Am I doing this with symmetry? Please tell me. Oh god, I did again. Okay, delete lower mirror and weld, reconstruct, go to 3, okay. Thank goodness, can be salvaged. These, do I have? I don't really like going out either. I mean, it's not like I'm complaining about not going anywhere, but really we don't like going to places, especially where we don't even drive, we don't even have a car, so people would have to drive us back or something. And that's already, or we'd have to overnight God knows where. We don't want to impose, we don't want to bother anyone. It's even risky having to drive after midnight on a Christmas night. Someone had to drive us back home. So, like most of our lives, we spend it on our own. When I was little, it used to be my grandparents. Two at least, just the four of us, my mom, my grandparents, and me. But now that they're gone, they have been gone for so long. It's just my mom and me. When she's gone, it's just gonna be me. So yeah, I don't feel too Christmassy. I shouldn't be such a downer either. I'm fine. I'm glad that we got to have a decent Christmas with nothing bad happening. After all we've gone through with her health this year. But yeah, between all of that and the economy and the fucking new president, quote unquote libertarian president that wants to blow up everything, it feels like nobody even had money for fireworks or anything. Or even presents. I only got some chocolates. I got my mom some movie. I was afraid she might have seen it on like cable or something, because she does. Oh god, I didn't. Is there any I can still do here? Oh, this one, okay. Is this one? No. I don't know if this plates being so irregular make any sense. But in some parts they just have to be the shape that's required to fill the gap. I have a kind of an old version of ZBrush here. I think that there's better tools in the latest ones, like kind of like Photoshop, like the sort of soft undo. It's not called soft undo. What is it called? Well, something where you don't necessarily undo what you just did. You can like gradually leave something there. Okay, these are all separate now then. Welded, I mean. Can I split two parts in this? What? Split two parts. There we go. Oh, this one's very very asymmetric because it's one of the old ones. I liked it enough so I kept it, but the rest of the spinal plates I remade because they're the one that I made first, and when I did the rest it didn't really match what I had done originally with the first ones, and I found a better way to make them, so I remade most of the spinal ones. But in the meantime they look very uneven. And that's the kind of thing that I have to work on right now before it's too late, before I feel like, okay, it's done and I have crossed some kind of point of no return with it. Okay, symmetry. Freaking symmetry, give me symmetry. Again, this is all gonna work with the lighting and with the different sort of details, but I still have to give it like a shading, and they kept the subdivisions. Okay, that's great. Great that I don't have to worry too much about that. Okay, now this one is also, yeah, it's all one thing. Let's move it down here and split it to parts. Split to parts. Which one is active right now? The bigger one. Why is the focal shift? Oh no, it's fine. I hope it works again, not in a like a realistic biology documentary kind of way, because it's not that. It's gonna be a giant turtle that speaks, but to some extent it has to look good and it has to look organic and make sense, even when there are crystals sprouting out of a freaking shell. I still hope it'll look good. Good in my terms and my considering always my limitations and whatnot. Again, right now it looks too contrasty, too sharp, maybe, but I'm gonna soften that after I add some texture in the actual sort of finishing. Looks like this could be. In the actual finishing I can also adjust the contrast, the brightness. I can overlay it with a procedural texture to sort of complete the illusion of it being a more sort of organic thing, organic shape. This don't look great. They have like a very sharp little edge. Because I did them with a smaller brush, but I felt like I had to because the gaps were smaller. Is these the ones that I separated? Which one did I separate this? No. What? Where are we? Dog's barking at something. Did I split the parts? Oh no, split the similar parts. That's what I should have done. Idiot. Did I do that before? Wow, I'm really messing up. No. It's so tricky. All of this thing that's a very tedious repetition, but at the same time to do it the same way every time is so hard. A lot of the time doesn't really work, doesn't really happen. The way it should. Again, I think I screwed up with some that I also I subdivided some group in the wrong way, I think. Let's go through the plates. Just for safety. I'm gonna delete some parts that I'm not really using, that I used either as reference or as a different version of something I was trying. Let's go through the plates now. No. These are the problematic ones right now. Let's bring them to the bottom and now split them to similar parts, which is what I should have done before. Did it even work? Oh, because they're, yeah. Inevitably I'm gonna have to split them to parts, because similar parts, they're all the same part, just duplicated. So I'm gonna have to delete the ones on that side. That one, this one, this one. Not this, this, or this. I can now do the paint thingy. Should I do it with a smaller brush here? No. I hope this looks better when I transfer it over to the rendering software. Again, it's not gonna look like this. This is I'm still layering stuff, but doesn't look great right now. Doesn't look terrible either, I guess, I hope. Now merge, unmerge, and I'm gonna have to delete this subdivision. Oh, okay, I can mirror and weld it now, and now reconstruct. Is there any more levels to reconstruct? Okay, you can reconstruct 2. 2 is fine. This again looks very different to these. I don't know if it's because the edges are much sharper, or because of the paint job that I did is terrible, or why. Am I doing this in symmetry? No, of course I'm not doing it. That would be too correct for me. Sometimes I turn off symmetry for precisely to break it on like a seam line or something that's going to look too bad if you apply like a symmetric texture on some point that's a seam line. It's gonna look like a seam line. So sometimes I turn it off and then I forget to turn it back on. I really want to finish this guy. Been working on him for too long. I've made like no progress whatsoever. Because I spent a lot of time redoing some things that I wasn't happy with. I don't consider that a complete waste, because this is the right time to try to improve it, but it's also frustrating to not make any progress. I wish I was better at painting. It would help so much for things like this. I'm just doing very basic shit. What did I touch? It's just like drawing. It's something that I'm not good at, so I feel like I waste my time by trying instead of actually learning and making some progress and learning some technique and honing that one thing, that one of many things that should be useful to be able to do, but I'm not good at. I feel like, no, it's a waste of time because I'm never gonna be any good, so screw it, and I just don't do it. It's like writing. I also feel like my writing isn't great and it's never gonna be good or I mean, not in a bad way. I'm not like, I never wanted to be a writer, so I don't care that my writing isn't great. But again, if I'm gonna write little screenplays for little animated things, I very much regret not honing that skill, because I felt like my writing per se wasn't really going to have any sort of value. And for years I thought, why am I gonna write screenplays that I'm not going to be able to film or to animate? And now I can finally make some little very rudimentary animations. And the first thing that I faced was the problem that I didn't have any ideas. I didn't have any stories. I mean, I do have stories and characters that I symmetry on, that I've been wanting to work on for years, like my freaking vampire characters and all of that. But that's like much longer subject with way too many characters, with too complicated. I wanted something simpler to be my first sort of animation, and I couldn't come up with anything. I simply didn't have any ideas. I had some foundation of an idea, but I didn't have any actual ideas. So I started doing research for what could I do that was like the typical thing that's done in animation, like little, from fairy tales to fables to folk stories to anything that I could think of. And I wasn't very happy with any of that. I did find a lot of things that I might want to try in the future, but nothing I was happy with, like to be my really first animated thing. So I came up with a character before I came up with the story. I mean, the story is a story that I've had in my mind for ages, and I wanted to tell it in a different way. I wanted to tell it inside a different story. And since that's probably not going to happen, the bigger story, this sort of secondary story, would have gone to waste. So I recycled it into this. And then I ended up creating a few of the characters around it, and I kept adding more and more lore to them. Because yeah, when I'm actually doing something, I do enjoy writing, but in general I feel like it's it doesn't have any intrinsic value if I'm not going to be able to film it or to animate it. I never wanted to really write anything. I sometimes sort of write down ideas so I won't forget them, but writing is not like a thing I've ever truly done. I did have screenwriting lessons in film school, but I don't want to complicate my life too much, but here, these scales, I'd like to give them like, to soften a little bit this granulated thing again. As I said, it's just a foundation, just a sort of color foundation, so it won't be a flat color. I don't know if there's a way there where I can, without painting one by one, if there's a way that I can give them like a little like a touch of light. Yeah, that I'm probably going to have to do individually, but I wonder if I can mask. Where's the masking symmetry on, for God's sake? Masking. Where's the masking group of tools? Am I blind? Masking, there we go. If I can mask by cavity, that's not it. If I can mask by features, by smoothness, mask peak and valleys. Well, I could do that. I could use that for giving them a touch of light. Mask by color, mask by alpha, mask by smoothness. Maybe a lower value, so I can give them like a darker edge, maybe. How do I do that? There has to be a way. Ambient occlusion, I haven't applied anything in masks, no. Mask by smoothness should work. It kind of does. An even lower value. This one too little. If I shrunk, I don't know, I don't want to make them too to stand out too much and to collide too much with the rest of the leg and the rest of the scales. But I want to maybe mask them a little bit. Can I grow the mask? How's that done? There, no. Shrink, because I've inverted it. Did I shrink the mask? I don't know, well maybe I can't do it manually, like a little touch of light. This brim also, I don't know, it should be the same color as the shell, and I forgot to give it the same basic color. I'm gonna have to color pick and try to match because I didn't save that color. Well, I cannot save that color. What brush am I using? The shading brush, okay. Let's pick one of these colors and make it even lighter. And do like a touch of light with not very high opacity. Maybe like that. I don't know if it's even perceptible. I want to give this especially the bigger ones, like a touch of light. And there's no other way to do it but individually. I don't want to overdo it. Again, I don't want them to collide too much with the rest of the scales, the rest of the leg. I wanted to give it like a touch of light to every scale, and it can only be done manually. One by one. That's what I mean by manually. Everything's manual. Is it, I don't know, being digital, does it count as manual? I don't even know what I'm saying. This area where they are messier, maybe I should do it with a smaller brush. Again, this is a very subtle thing, but it should be a better foundation for the final assignment of the actual materials. I don't know if it works or if it's gonna work. If it's gonna transfer well to the rendering software. Here I should try to pick one of these values and make like a similar job here with this. Maybe a bigger brush. Is symmetry on? Never. Symmetry's never on. Why do I keep turning it off? I'm forgetting about it. It'd be a real Christmas miracle if I could finish this today. At least finish it to some degree of saying, okay, it's done. I haven't been posting updates on him as I did with Urgel. I feel like with Urgel I posted everywhere, every session, everything I did, every time. But this guy I didn't. I don't want to spam. I don't know. I feel I can get annoying. Here I should give it a little darker edge here where it meets the actual plates. Oh, I shouldn't overdo it. It's subtle, but it should be there. This I made too dark. Here I ended up with a weird kind of seam, but if I'm going to soften all of this anyway, maybe not make it that absolutely soft, but what's the actual intensity of this? I should lower it. Again, that's kind of what the finishing should look like, something that's has a sort of a texture to it, as opposed to a completely flat color. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this underside of the shell. I don't even know if it should be that visible. Or if I should make it thinner. I don't know if I should go already for the, what did I call it, the coloring rake. Coloring rake. I read it as rake, as grake with a G. It was the G from, what did I do? Whoops, that's not what I intended. These. Just give them a subtle texture. I don't know if this color is too intense. Maybe I should. Am I using my alpha? Yeah. Why is it making one central thing instead of? Wow, it's looking like crap in the backside, but in the front I feel like it's okay. Let's do these bigger ones first. Okay, here the lines are crossing in a weird way. It should be more parallel. These should follow the shape, it should accompany the shape. Okay, not that hard. Not that contrasty. Why are you being like that? Again, if I soften these, how much softer is it gonna look like? Is that too high opacity? I don't want to reach a point in which I'm tired of this and I end up doing whatever, but I am so tired of this and I don't... Precisely, that's why I'm afraid I'm going to end up half-assing it. Been working on it for so long and I feel like I've made no progress. These should be much smaller. Maybe not as dark. My screen flickered again. I don't know if the stream is fine. My screen flickered again. Oh, there we are. Yeah. I don't know what to do again with this underside of the shell. I should probably give it this kind of treatment, so it'll have at least some kind of texture. Again, here the scene looks very symmetric. I'm gonna work with symmetry just for coverage, but then I'm gonna go back with symmetry off to make the seam less perfectly symmetric. I really like this granulated thing, but I probably abuse it a little bit. I generally never leave it as it is. I use it as a foundation for color. But yeah, really is one of the brushes that I use the most. It's my own custom sort of setting. I saved it a long time ago, and I keep going back to it because it's like my go-to for coloring. Because I don't like, well, a lot of the times I do use flat colors, procedural textures, because if I approach some things as if I was making like an action figure of a figurine or a collectible toy or something like that. But when I do something like this, it has to be like heavily textured. The one thing that I avoid is flat colors. This is kind of low resolution, but it doesn't matter because it's gonna be again the underside of the shell. I just want to give it some kind of look. Some kind of texture one. Probably it should be more smooth, but it's gonna be dark in there anyway. It's gonna be under the... I probably should soften it. Let's bring back symmetry. Here it's already a bit more integrated and it's more of a texture as opposed to a completely flat color. To this you add a shininess or make it more or less matte, more or less opaque, more or less shiny, and it's a whole other material as opposed to again a flat color with just shiny. Here again I'm gonna mask bicavities, and that is going to make a mask in all of the actual sort of wrinkles and all of the relief, and I'm gonna unmask that and going to give it a bit of a shading with a shading brush. Something subtle, or maybe not so subtle, but when you unmask it, if you see the difference, this is where it was before, this is where it is now. All of it, there's like a patina where all of the creases are darker and the bumps are lighter. It enhances all of the wrinkles, all of the texture here. the scales, the symmetry on, for God's sake. I should add that as a quote. I feel like I say it a lot. The other day with Couchpunk, we ended up adding as quotes pretty much everything I said about eyeballing things, which I do say a lot. Okay, I overdid this probably. No, this is not the... There we go. It is kind of subtle, but it does show as well. Maybe I did overdo it. Should be just one pass per side. There we go. Now this other side, it's gonna bleed into the other one anyway, so just that, let's not overdo it. Here near the scales, I'm gonna make the peaks a bit lighter. Maybe the valleys too, so it'll integrate better with the front scales. Again, maybe it looks very contrasty. And it is. But again, it's something that I can soften later. Symmetry on. Why is symmetry never on? Ends up being kind of subtle. From this to this. Okay, too close for comfort. Here, let's got some shading here in this sort of chin wrinkles, neck wrinkles. I can always remask this area again and try to darken the wrinkles again. should put more care on the face. What time is it? Okay, I have an hour and a half. Until I have to quit today. Is symmetry off? Of course it's off. It's always freaking off. I should never even ask. Here, where's the mask by cavity? Here we go. I don't want to overdo it here, but I feel like it's gonna be very contrasty. Well, it's not that terrible. Maybe I should lighten this a bit. Again, bring back some light. Especially here in the beak. I should go through those cracks again individually later. I should darken a little bit around this sort of eye socket. Oh, I forgot. I keep forgetting that I also have to, since I'm here, I have to do the paint the roof of the mouth also in the same. It's part of the same sort of piece. Here I have to darken the nostril itself and then maybe lighten up the edge. This looks kind of pixelated here. Maybe I should have used a higher resolution. Especially for the face being the face. The entire eye socket I want to be a bit darker. Not completely darker, but maybe it should be a different shade, like darker but less saturated. I don't know. Then bring again some lightness to the actual lightness. Some light. Some shading here. Again, I've done dinosaurs before, but this guy's very unlike anything I've done before. It's weird, and in all this time I haven't made a turtle. My knees hurt so much because I can't really stretch my legs in here. Did I subdivide this even more? Oh, I'm on the here. If I subdivide this even more, it makes very little difference. I should have made this in higher resolution than this. Oh well. This is time to finish it. Pretty symmetrical. Want to soften this end without affecting too much everything else. Maybe I can lighten this a little bit. I keep forgetting. Oh my god, I didn't do the eyes with symmetry. The eyelids. Maybe I should go for an even darker color on the edges here. Oh, not like that. With a shading brush. I did that without symmetry again, seriously. Oh my god. Symmetry's gonna kill me. Or lack of it. Again, I have to do the inside of the mouth. Oh, what happened? Oh, nothing. I thought the eyes are still. I don't know if I. Where is the masking? Auto masking. Directional? No. What's the tool that I'm looking for? Cavity mask. Backface. I nearly said blackface. Backface masking to see if I can give the inside of the mouth. Oh, this is so not working. Why? Even with back masking, this is not working. Really? Okay, that worked. Why are you like this? Okay, that's better, I think. What am I looking for? This, a kind of a reddish color. Reddish, pinkish. How dark should it be? Probably kind of dark, not too saturated. This. Wow, that's very saturated. I don't know if this even makes any sense, but I want to give the inside of a mouth an inside of a mouth kind of quality. It's not even visible from almost any angle. Maybe I should make this edge a bit deeper, a bit sharper. Freaking symmetry, why do I keep turning it off? I don't know why I still have Christmas songs on my head. Is this the thing that I had? This is too small. Gives it a reddish. Jesus Christ. Why is this? I don't remember doing this freaking bluish thing. I absolutely don't remember it. Why does it have that bluish base? I think I did it for the sake of showing how it was done or something, right? Forgot I had it. Don't save now, you might make me crash. Its saves are kind of pointless. It saves for safety. In case it crashes, you can recover some version of your work. Generally, a lot of the time, this crashes because of some weird function that corrupts the sort of workspace or the actual thing you're doing. And very often the actual saved thing is also corrupted because it's the exact same thing. So a lot of the time it saves for nothing. its saves are useless. It's a saved file and ends up being irrecoverable anyway. Is this gonna work? Is this gonna bleed to the other side? Hope not. Again, I don't even know if I'm gonna show the inside of the mouth of the guy, but it's the kind of thing that I want to do now, or if I need it later, it's gonna be a pain to have to do it when everything else is said and done. I'll export it and so on. Why is this mask so feeble in this area? It should be stronger than anywhere else. I'd love to be able to finish this guy and to try to rig him and to try to do a little test animation. And their goal too, and make them interact and make like a little something to show. Even if it's disappointing, because it might be. When I tell people I'm doing this animated thing, they think of it fucking Pixar or something. Or they think, yeah right, you're gonna make... What are you talking about? Or you're just bragging, you're making up shit. But it would be different if I had something to show. Maybe. Maybe no. Maybe it'd be the same. And I would still look like a bullshitter. What am I here? Size. Is the intensity... What color am I on? I'm still on the red. Give me the brownish. Let's make this edge sort of darker. Let's make the back of the throat darker, not so much. I'm already picturing that I'm gonna make him do something or say something in a way that really opens the mouth to show this off. Well, show this off, not like it's a big deal, but I mean... I already see myself modifying the scene just to use the model more. I should save before it crashes. It tends to crash. Not too often, but it does. What's the time? I still have 1 more hour. Did I do the masking here with the shading of the symmetry on? Now it is. Oh no. These guys are like very dusty also, so it's not like a lot of their textures and their colors and their thing are just being covered in dust. You don't fully see their colors and their textures and their whatever until you give them like a good shower. What happens with this if I mask by cavity? Okay. What happens if I darken it a bit? Did it change at all? Yeah, I guess. A little bit. Maybe I overdid the shading. Is this a dark color? Did it change? Yeah, it does give it some stripes. Mask by cavity. Oh, these are the ones that I didn't glue back together. Lucky it was a... What is this? Oh, this is some version of the tail that I kept that I didn't... I'm not using. This is a version of the scales, of the front leg scales that I'm not using. This is a version of the legs that I'm not using. However, Screamer, you're too optimistic if you think I have 10 viewers. No thank you anyway. What are these? Oh, this is another version of scales that I discarded. This is a gem that I didn't use. Same with these. These. And these. Okay, back to these plates, wherever I was. Where was I? Is this it? Merge down and down. Now geometry, not geometry, the masking. Masking, mask by feature, mask by cavity. Invert. Do that. I think I didn't do enough with this one. The symmetry off, for God's sake. Okay, yeah, because that is like too much. I don't want to overdo these ones. Oh, I keep forgetting the little craters in the shell. I just made them, and they're not very present in my. I think this is a lot better than the pretty flat thing that I had going on. This has given much better texture to the plates. It was always in my plans to do it, but I wasn't sure. I didn't want to overdo it. And it's okay to overdo it if I'm still planning to soften it. This one looks too subtle. This one kind of does too. It's been such a huge job, this whole thing. I don't know if I underestimated it or... Can I shrink this? Shrink mask. No, right, grow it, because I flipped it. I always make the same mistake. No. Mask by cavity, row mask. Invert, row mask. And now the freaking, these guys, these sort of little cavities in the shell. Am I this shading thing on is I feel like I should paint it on the inside and not so much on the outside. It's probably gonna bleed to the outside. I really want to finish this guy, but I should be finishing other things. It's what I feel the worst about this year is precisely all my unfinished business. I abandoned completely my Phil Jameson video. I abandoned it because I was so frustrated with it, and the whole thing with my mom started around that time too. So it really killed me, and I just dropped it. I worked so hard on it, so hard. I've done so much stuff for it, and it still wasn't enough, and it still wasn't right, and it still wasn't working, and my mom's health was in the pits, so everything went to shit. There's also a sculpt job that I was supposed to do for a friend of mine. He's OC, a warrior kind of character. And I started working on it, and it was so difficult because it's just a hot guy. It's just this kind of barbarian type of character. And it just became so difficult that I ended up dropping it. I would have liked to have finished those and not to leave any unfinished thing this year. Those are the two things that I would have liked to have finished more than this guy. And I do want to finish this guy. Failing other people is the worst. I mean, my friend. It's probably all the same to him if I do that or not. It was supposed to be a kind of a collab, kind of an art trade. He was going to draw my characters, I was going to sculpt his. Neither of us did the other's character anyway, so it's not like he did his and he did mine and I didn't do his. He might have done something and he doesn't show me because he doesn't want to make me feel bad or something. But I feel really bad about that, and especially my Phil Jameson video. I was working on a video for his birthday, like every year, and I botched it completely. Don't save when I'm trying to freaking God. The symmetry on. I don't know if that works. I don't know if any of this works. But that gives it a little texture. This looks very sharp, but again, the whole idea is that I'm going to soften it a little bit in the last minute when I decide to do that. I hope I'll be able to move over to... I have 45 more minutes. I should be able to move over to Keyshot as soon as possible, so I can try some proper materials and have like a finished render for today and really call it finished. I still have to try to do something with the rake brush. I keep calling it the rake because it's kind of like a rake. Have I done all of them? In symmetry. That's a miracle. I should make a capture of this. Maybe. Can I, how do I capture in Stream Elements? Screenshot. Am I still streaming? Testing, hello? Testing, hello? Alright. Okay. Can I mask this by not cavity but by feature, by border? Okay, grow mask. And maybe blur it a little bit. I don't know if this is a good idea, but it's something like I feel like I can try here. And if it doesn't translate well to Keyshot, I can always use the procedural or the flat color for the crystals. I don't mind for that to be flat, but I thought I could try. The symmetry off for the love of Satan. Is there some kind of fill tool for this? I feel like there should be, there must be, there probably is something. And now I invert and I paint this with a much darker color. Is that gonna work when I... I don't want to make this uneven, but it's really hard to make it, to make sure everything is covered. I don't know why it's being so hard. Okay, no, that didn't work. That completely didn't work. Something like this, it's going to be... That's terrible. It's terrible, terrible. I didn't even cover them properly. Maybe I could do that with an actual curvature procedural in Keyshot, now that I think about it, instead of going through so much trouble here, but that's terrible. It really doesn't work. Mask peaks and valleys. No. By color. I don't know if this is very subtle or not, or if I'm overdoing it completely. It's hard to tell with the masking when all you see is a mask. You don't see how you're applying things until you remove it. Well, this might be useful for like a preview of this kind of thing. Well, that gave it like a little something. It was a waste of time, but I will try to do like a procedural, curvature-based thing on actual ZBrush. This I'm gonna split into parts, so that's the tongue, that's the... This I'm gonna split into at least similar parts or something. These and these. You can merge back together because they're all the same golden thing. And all of a... Okay, that is golden too. This is golden, now this. All of the individual little... Oh god damn it, that's still one thing that I shouldn't have joined it with. Split, 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 hidden. Now this. Why is that ball different to the others? That's very strange. Maybe this big one should be split. I'd love to be able to give this, to have like a render of this guy today. I'm gonna add some darkish shading to the soles, so to speak. What am I missing apart from... Okay, for the plates I should... I don't know if I should darken the jaw here. To work with this kind of... There's still some of that freaking blue. Hey Couch! Merry Christmas! How are you? Trying to finish this freaking guy. I don't know why there's some blue here that... Some weird freaking blue texture. But I don't know if I painted by mistake or something, and now it's killing me because it's bleeding through the head. And this part should be finished, and there's the stupid blue. I'm trying to finish it. I wasn't even trying. I started streaming not knowing what I was going to do today. And I just came here and decided I should try to finish him. Give him some proper finishing, some proper painting and stuff. I was going to DM you, but well, I didn't have much to report, but I did try voice meter. Again, it is a bit, I don't know if it necessarily solves my problem, because it is more of a mixer than the router thing that I needed, but I had the same kind of error message that I had before, trying to pretty much with a lot of the solutions that I tried to install, I got an error message from Windows telling me that it couldn't really what the hell was it? It was something about the driver for the device didn't have a signature, like a digital signature thing that it wanted, and I finally looked it up, and apparently this is a thing that has been discontinued, but kind of recently in 2021. But this is an old Windows 7 that I haven't updated in years. So when I finally looked into that, I found this guy that suggested some very specific Windows 7 updates. So I got those, and that fixed everything. All of the incompatibilities and all of the crap that I was having was caused mainly by that. So that fixed everything, really. Me trying to get a freaking voice meter and getting that same error again made me look into that. So that was the key to really make everything work. So I almost made a gaming stream today, now that I could be able to stream again. So again, really thanks to you that you pointed me in the direction of voice meter. That it's already one of the solutions that they do have in this virtual audio cable website. They have like several different. I had tried some of the others, and I got that same problem, and now I finally tackled it. The base problem was that digital signature thing that my Windows was not trusting. What the hell am I looking for? Mask by cavity. This. There we go. Is this too dark? Possibly. That is very dark. Lower intensity. So it's weird because again it did work once, and but it wasn't it worked and it didn't work, and it kind of, for some reason, it routed the audio before, but it lowered the quality of the microphone a lot. It was doing all sorts of weird things, and the bass problem was, I suspected, something to do with the fact that I had this very outdated Windows. But I didn't look into it too closely until now, but this reminded me again of checking out that problem. Yeah, but it was so annoying not to be able to. I could either hear the game myself but not stream it, or stream it and not hear it, and I had to stream without hearing the game and missing all of the audio cues. So freaking annoying. At least, yeah. But at least I did get all of these updates from the actual Microsoft website. They do have like offline files that you can download and take. I downloaded it to my laptop, put it in a flash drive, took it to the PC, installed it on the PC, and it worked. At least they don't provide. At some point they stop supporting some OSs and everything, but there's always at least. It's not a complete dead end. They do still provide some stuff, luckily. And it was a miss because I did it on Friday. I was streaming. I streamed. I wanted to take a break from this guy, and I couldn't do gaming, so I started I started coloring Liz's coloring page that she did for Christmas. And in the middle of that, I thought, oh well, I installed this update, so I might as well, while I take a bathroom break, I might restart. And it took so long because it was like a big update. It restarted, it rebooted, and shut down again, and several times. And that kind of killed the stream. But I did it during the stream, and I finally did it, and it finally worked. Yeah, I feel like it's kind of unavoidable if you want to have a more personalized experience, and if you're more of a creator or whatever. I feel like Apple is a very pretty thing, but you cannot toy with a lot. Here Apple never had much. First, it's kind of a luxury brand as well. Second, I feel like it never had much of a presence here. I don't know if I should give the eye an actual pupil or just make it a black beady eye. But that I should worry about that on Keyshot. There's one more thing that I wanted to try. I'm kind of happy with the color, the painting that I've done for the plates. It's kind of feature based, but same with the scales. Yeah, here we don't really fuck with Apple a lot. What am I? Where am I? Here am I. Is this a very low resolution? What the hell is happening? Should I rise it like this? And actually, with the at some point in the early 2000s, I think, There was some kind of Apple headquarters here. They had like, they were like a glorified importer of their own thing, and the government told them, you either uh, put up a factory here or you leave. And they said, we're not gonna put a fucking factory here, not even an assembly plant in here. We're leaving, and they left. And for a while there was some Apple shit while they were here. Some Apple shit was easier to get, but after that I think it's treated as an import, and it has like 100% tax, like every import, as if it wasn't expensive enough already. It's treated like a fucking import. Yeah, I did this little sort of thingies in the plates. They look funny, they look like little cups or something. So the crystal didn't look like they are just added in the last minute, as they were. Uh, so they look like they have grown through the plates or something. Even the last minute I don't like it, I can always hide this. I can make them go away again, but I feel like it needs something. It needs a little border, a little something. I feel like it did add a little something. Okay, I don't know if I'm going until... Oh, I wanted to try... Yeah, the last thing that I wanted to try was... I made this brush. This looks pixelated, but the whole idea was that I was going to soften it a little bit, but... Is this a maximum resolution that I have here? Yeah, freaking economy. And ours right now is in the shitter, and it's been for years. And it only gets worse. Thank you, I've been doing... Because the test that I did before, I did pretty much a sort of a flat procedural texture, but I wanted to really come and paint every detail, paint some, like a granulated sort of base, and then enhance a little bit the where the plates connect, and a little bit of everything. Here maybe it looks too contrasty when I export it to the rendering software. Probably I'm going to make it a bit softer. But I wanted it to have that base. There's Ergo. Earlier I had some spammer with some... It said, you have been well behaved this year, and Santa asked me to give you a promo code for 10 viewers. Copy and activate it here. And I deleted it, but it's being too optimistic if it thinks I have 10 viewers. Wow, really? I feel like we tend to assume that Canada is a lot more stable and is doing better. Did I do the crease thingy here? I think I didn't. Now that I notice. Where's the masking thing? Masking, mask by... Not by feature, by what the hell, by cavity. This one here, invert the colors. This is probably too dark, this is probably too saturated. Right, yeah. It's funny how the entire world, or maybe just because of Americans, we tend to have this view of Canada, like everyone is so nice and everyone is so agreeable, apologetic and whatnot. And I feel like every non-white person that I know that has gone to Canada found that there was a lot of, again, not a generalized thing, but a lot of bigotry and a lot of racism, a lot of xenophobia, a lot of things that they were not expecting because of there's like this positive stereotype. They were really surprised. They were really shocked. Again, by no means it was like a generalized thing, but they found a lot of that and they were not expecting. A guy I know even compared it to the American South, like it's flipped over to the north or something. I've had good experiences with Canadians, but again, I haven't really been to the country. Um, wow, that's an awesome mix. Is this maybe too much? Yeah, it's insane how there's been a resurgence of so much shit in the last few years. Oh yeah, a little bit. I don't know much in terms of details, but yeah, I remember hearing about it. Okay, that's not working. Smaller brush. Yeah, it's insane how the whole world has gone backwards. When we thought we were much better and we had left some things behind, there they are to show that all the bullshit is pretty much alive and well. Only a few years ago I feel like they cracked the code of exploiting this absolute divisiveness, and they're applying it everywhere. Even here, well, here we always tend to copy the worst of everything. Yeah, it's really sad. I mean, we had made some progress for a change. And now precisely those people feel like they have lost ground and they need to recover it and they need to speak up and they are not ashamed of anything anymore. Well, they never were. But I mean, the things we are hearing today, the things we're being told, for a while it felt like that kind of talk was disappearing, or at least since that it wasn't acceptable anymore. At least when people were being more careful, but now they're not even careful anymore. They're proud of their bigotry as they've always been. Yeah, true, it's been quite the phenomenon. True. It's appalling, the kind of thing that they have to go through and that they are told, and how they're not even ashamed to admit that if it was for them, many of us wouldn't exist. For a while it felt like they couldn't openly say it anymore, but now they're back at admitting everything. They love to be rid of so many of us. What color am I even doing this? Is this a warm color? This looks kind of bluish here. The last thing that I need is to be doing this in a completely wrong color. I don't know if that's adding much, but it's, I think, breaking a little bit the radial pattern. I should start back here, forward. No, go there. Now here. Now turn. Now straight back here. It's okay, don't worry. I think I scared Breen away earlier because I got gloomy about my Christmas. Breen just ran away. I mean, my Christmas was fine, has been fine. I don't know, it's been kind of... For some strange reason it has been sort of bittersweet. I mean, but not really, I don't even know why. It was so weird that even at midnight, there was like no... there wasn't even fireworks, which I love because I hate fireworks. I hate explosions. I hate everything. But there wasn't like it was the most quiet 12 of the 25th of December ever. It was like nothing. You couldn't hear anyone. Not even fireworks. Not even people. Not even anything. It was like the town was dead. Everything was dead. Nothing was happening. I don't know what the hell was that. And that's pretty much... It kind of mirrored how I was feeling. Did I do all of these with symmetry on? For the love of fuck. I just added quote 5. Because I say it all the time. I hate everything, yeah, I do hate everything. No, I don't hate everything, but I mean I hate everything about that. And but it was so insanely quiet. It was like never, ever on a Christmas. I don't know if people are really, their spirits are that down, or it's even an economy thing. Fireworks are fucking expensive. They are kind of virtually banned in here, at least selling them. You can still get them from other places. But it was so insane, so strange. Only a little bit later you could hear some people, really, but again, no fireworks, no nothing. I don't know if none of my neighbors were home or something. I don't know what the hell. It was like dead, and then there was a big storm as well. This is very strange. Okay, I don't know what the hell else to do with this guy. I'm gonna save a freaking screen grab here on screenshot. I'm gonna save a couple of screenshots here of the polypainting. Thank you. Hopefully it's going to come together completely over at the rendering software. Here, modify, no, what am I looking for? Masking, 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 masking again. Mask by cavity again. And I want to make... Did that... what the hell happened? Is this brush not doing anything? Oh, should it be lighter? Not that much lighter. I was thinking of a slightly yellowish tint for the beak. That's way too yellow, or way too intense. More like a little bit of a bone color, but I don't even know if it shows. I hate that I cannot have like a proper color picker here. I mean, I do have a color picker, but I don't have like a palette where I can save the colors or something. I have to eyeball them all the time, and I always end up eyeballing shit, and I always end up trying to match things that don't match. Here I don't want it to be so flat either. I want... yes, me and eyeballing. It's just something that keeps happening, and I can't run from it. Admittedly, ooh, no, that's way too much. Admittedly, I have a kind of, I'm using a kind of old version of ZBrush. I think they have fixed some stuff like that, and they have added some other functionalities, but I don't have the latest version. Why this one looks so much darker than the others? Shading. Okay, that's very intense, but a little bit. Ooh. I don't freaking know. Okay, I cannot think anymore of what shit I can't keep fumbling with. I gave it like a basic, like a base spotty kind of texture and kind of granular that can be still seen here where there are darker spots. And then I started painting on top and started enhancing the wrinkles and the all of that, but I don't know if it's looking too contrasty, or I can always soften it over at the rendering software, but I like him. I basically like him. I don't know if it's gonna work, but yeah, that's why I want to give it like a sort of like I did with Archelon. I considered it finished, but again, I'm probably when I go do the real thing, I'm probably going to touch up a few things, but for the time being, I want to give it like a finishing. Okay, let's friggin' export it to see, hoping it won't crash. What time is it? Oh my god, it's much later than I thought it was. I wanted to end 7 minutes ago, but well, I can go until I can go for another 20 now that I'm over my 5:30. Is the capturing card too hot? No. Sometimes it gets pretty hot. No, not really. I feel like, well, people who get together with their families and whatever does something on Christmas Day, but I feel like here it's more about the Christmas Eve and into the 12 o'clock, and that is when we really celebrate and get together and everything. But I feel like the actual Christmas Day we don't do much apart from, well, children with their gifts and stuff. They're busting everyone's balls around with their new toys and whatever. But I feel like we don't do much on actual Christmas Day. We certainly didn't do much. It's just the two of us, like every other day, like it was last night. We don't really go anywhere. We have all of our relatives are like in different towns and whatever. We don't even have a car, so we would have to either overnight or let them drive us all the way here late at night on Christmas. So trying to not, we tried not to impose, we tried not to bother anyone, so it's just us on our own always. Did it crash? Is it crashing? What the fuck is happening? This is gonna be a big ass file because of the is it crashing? Oh shit. Should I close? I'm gonna close everything else. It's a big file because of the polypainting, because of it's very divided. Shit, please don't crash. Oh, this I did for that kind of rake brush that I did. I made my own alpha for that. Even Photoshop doesn't want to close. Did ZBrush crush? Well, at least ZBrush didn't crush. It's not coming over here. Okay, the didn't crash, but the bridge didn't work either. What the fuck happened? Why Photoshop of all things won't close, for the love of God? God damn it. Please. There it is. It looks tiny. It's a little guy. What is happening with freaking Photoshop? Can you shut it down at least? Close it. Close it. Brute force it. Did I save here? It's gonna be a pretty big file. Again, pretty much every single one. The way polypainting works is that you're assigning a color to pretty much every individual polygon. So here it's very light because of it in the native context of ZBrush itself. It knows how to handle it, but you transfer it to freaking Keyshot and it's a ton to process and to store and to whatever. The file, when I save it, is going to be huge. Okay, I already like a lot better the poly painting here. I feel like these scales look a bit too light, but I did individually add like a little bit of light in the face of each scale, one by one. I like it. I kinda like it. Again, I don't know if I'm gonna give it like a dark beady eye or if I'm gonna add an actual pupil in the end, but for now let's make it beady. Just dark and beady. Let's go with the crystals. Glasses, flat glasses. Well, but that already looks kind of interesting. What's the gem? The gemstone material. How do I... Alt to retain textures, okay. It's gonna be dark. Why? Did that really retain the texture? It doesn't look like it. Did it? It didn't. Don't lie to me. Oh, there's no textures with the gem? It's not gonna let me. Right. It has to be a flat fucking color, or can it be... Can it be... No. Can it be a procedural like curvature? It's not. I really like the material we got in the other one. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to import it now, but for the meantime, let's do it with. Oh, these are not gonna work like that. I'm gonna have to give them like a different thing. Why don't they look as pretty as in the other one? What did I do with the other one? I had made it metal first, I think. I had made it like a shiny, saturated metal. And then I thought, oh, there is like a solid glass, or what is this material, for fuck's sake? It is gem. Why can't I find it? Where's gem here? Oh, it's in advanced. No, didn't really change. I don't want to exit this because it might be a pain. But well, for now it's gonna have to do. But I think I'm better gonna bring the other material that we liked so much better from the other test when I can import it. But for now it's gonna have to stay like this. Paste, not linked, paste material. These are not working, are not looking remotely the same, because they are like, they're not sticking out like the other ones. They are absorbing all the light. How the fuck do I make them? Do I increase the refraction, but that makes them lighter but loses the color? Is it a transparency problem? Well, for now I'm gonna keep this like metal, less saturated, to make them kinda look like they match the others, though they don't. And now these! I did something with these the other day that I liked. It's... no, not roughness. God, I'll be right back. Jesus. I don't know why, but I suddenly had the most unstoppable urge to pee. I just had to drop everything and go. Uh, I don't know if this is the right material for this, but let's try it. Let's save a camera here. I like this point of view. Paste linked material, paste linked material. Yeah, I kept thinking I'm about to end the stream anyway in a few minutes. I can go later. I can go later. I can go later. Suddenly I couldn't hold it in anymore. Paste linked material. Paste linked material on this brim as well. Paste linked material. And probably the under the internal thing as well, because it's really what we see here. I have plastic. I like that because it looks my paint job sticks out more, but that's not exactly what I want. Maybe what more shiny? How shiny can plastic be? A plastic shell doesn't sound very dignified. The nails probably could be plastic. No, it could be paint, because they're like shiny. Maybe less refractive. Copy material, paste link material to the back ones. Paste link material. My metallic paint, well, with far less metal coverage. I tend to like it because it renders easily, but that's not. If you put metallic paint on a turtle, it'll probably not like it. But plastic, I keep thinking of the plastic. It really stands out, the paint job. But maybe that's what I should do for the legs. For anything else. Plastic, not transparent plastic. Plastic. The little tail. I like it. I don't know. It's not quite looking. It's not quite there yet, but I freaking like it. What is this? It was half a gigabyte the previous test. How about how big is this one gonna be? It's taking even a while to save. It's gonna be at least a gig. Oh no. Okay, that's surprising. It's only a little bit bigger. I thought it's gonna be like 2 gigabytes or something. I'm gonna give this some golden thingy. Where are the metals? There's a very pretty metal here. This brass thingy, well, maybe it's a bit too shiny for this. This is supposed to be rusty, but it looks better here. This is not green, this is maybe gonna be, this is not red, it's maybe gonna be green. I don't freaking know. Okay. Paste linked. Maybe metallic. Plain metallic. Maybe. I don't know. Again, I'm still debating whether I should do the pendant kind of thing or like the orbs that go pretty much inside the animals. And Urkel sort of extracts them. What the hell am I doing with this metallic paint? It's too much. Oh, because the thing here is shiny, the metal color. If I make it black, but if I make it yellowish, will that work? That looks... no. Paint, just paint. Is paint gonna make it shiny? Show only. I kind of like the paint job, but it's never gonna. That's too shiny and too clean. It's even reflecting the. For a guy that's gonna be, as their guys are, they're covered in dust. You don't really see their colors or their anything. They're just a dust thing. I left anything with the. What is this? Select parts with material. Oh, the right. Copy this material and paste it here, but not as linked, just in case I might want to make this shinier, this scales. Paste material, not linked. What other materials do I have? This is still... oh, the tongue, the freaking tongue. I always... since I cannot see it. I always end up missing the tongue. That's way too red. How about a sort of muted dark pink or something? I don't want to open the older one. Oh my god, it's already 6. Doesn't matter how much I run, never in time. As I suspected, these are a bit too bright. Maybe I can reduce the brightness a little bit. Reduce the contrast as well. Well, if I increase the contrast, it's kind of the effect that I wanted, like darker edges and brighter tips, but that's a bit too much. Why is it not looking the way the other test looked? It was so much better. Okay, is that it? The plastic transparent. I don't want it transparent, but I change it to normal plastic and it loses the whole thing. What does that even mean? It takes longer to render if I set it as transparent. Well, crap. I'm gonna have to end the stream. It's pretty finished as far as I'm concerned. Again, it doesn't quite look like what I wanted it to look right now, but it's just some finishing problems. I think what I had to do on ZBrush is already done. All of the freaking painting problems. Why is there like a... Oh, there is a roughness to it. I'm gonna import some of the qualities from the test that we did that we liked much better than this, and I'm going to again bring some of those materials in here, and it'll probably look better. Thank you, I do like him. Generally I like him. I'm still a little bit disappointed that it's not quite there right now, which is like all the time that I had and all the limit that I had given myself, but yeah. I think it is quote-unquote finished. Again, I'm gonna go back to adjust a few thingies, and whenever I start like rigging and animating him, I'm probably going to have to make a lot of adjustments, but for now this is it. After 11 sessions, when I did freaking Ergol in 8, and he's the star of the thing. There's a better... There are better lightings, more realistic lightings, sharper, harsher, daylight freaking eye lightings. The look, well, this is fucking... Oh, the Montreal kitchen one is the one that I always gives me good results. Where the fuck even is it? This one. I don't know, I keep playing with it and I still don't know. Where's the other... The forest one, this one. That's pretty realistic. Dirty coming from the road over there. I don't know. Again, I'm gonna have to bring whatever I did right in the previous one that I'm not getting in this one. But combining the two is probably going to be done. I'm pretty happy with how I finally painstakingly did the freaking shell. I did the freaking uh, scales and everything. So I'm happy with that. Pierre, it's true, Pierre's house. Uh, well, that's it for today. I really don't have much more time. Thank you, Gautran, so much for coming. Thank you, Breen, if you're still somewhere. I'm sorry I got gloomy with my Christmas and my shit. I should be back tomorrow. What even is tomorrow? Uh, oh, here I see some pixelation that I might have to correct. This here kind of just looks kind of wonky. Maybe I'm gonna have to export it again. But for now, I'm pretty happy with it. It's like a big ass turtle dinosaur spiky monster. Thank you. Well, again, I think that I might probably will stream again tomorrow. Uh, I might bring gaming back now that I can. Now that the audio things seem to be working and it's not a nightmare to split what I'm hearing with what's being streamed and everything. I don't know what I'll end up doing. Like today, I titled it even random Christmas stream because I didn't even know what I was going to do. It's okay, don't worry. I do appreciate that you coming today here, but it's okay. You don't. It's not like you have to be there. Again, I might do some gaming. I might start a new character. I might still be struggling with this one. No, I think I'm gonna fix whatever like off stream by now, and just do some renders, and that's gonna be it. Again, thank you for coming. See you tomorrow. See you around. See you on Discord. I don't know if Phil's going to. He said the last one was perhaps going to be the last one of the year, but he might come back at some point. So might see you there too. Thank you very much. See you around. See you next time.